Hello! We're back. I've been playing a lot of Helldivers, but today I'm finally playing this game that I've been wanting to play for a long time. Because I've owned it forever, and I never beat it. And it's called Sir, You Are Being Hunted. Okay. I hear this is a short game, so we're gonna quickly knock this out. And then we will move on to likely another game. I'm trying to see how I can get this to be bigger. Here we go. Full screen. Bump up this resolution. Beyond Heaven and Earth? Wait a minute, I know who that is. If it isn't, my good friend CK. What's fucking going on, my dude? HQ transparency limit. We're gonna bump up these graphics, man. Bump up everything. Put up the brightness too. Ultra. Alright. World 1, start new game, yeah. Choose your profession. It's good, hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well. Just yeah, just I've been playing a lot of games, mostly a lot of Helldivers. I've been doing nothing but living and breathing Helldivers. But I'm back on my grind because I have too many games on the backlog, way too many games on the backlog. So it's good, yeah. It's Helldivers. It's very good. It is quite possibly one of the greatest games of this generation. It's so fun. It's so fun. I'm very high level. No shot. Say cap. No, bro, no cap. I've even streamed it a good amount of times. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Okay. I don't know what any of this fucking starting equipment does. Default, the honorable choice, good show. Starting equipment, rags for bandages. Easy, at home in the countryside, smells like a badger. Starting equipment, medium. Buffers, gadgetry. Venture officer, shoot first, then neck the country. Cook, Molly, see when starve. The artist, book and hunting, game P art. The old Stoke. Okay, so there's different like starting classes. I'm going to do the default because I don't know. There are 5 islands in the archipelago. Click the biome type to select which islands. North Island is industrial, Center Island is rural, South Island is castle. Just yeah, we'll make this castle just so they're all different. I would have been playing more Helldivers today, but I want to take a break. I've been playing too much.
Sir, if you can hear this, then the experiment has gone terribly wrong. I fear you may be trapped on the archipelago, but don't panic. The standing stones should be nearby. With them, and some luck, you may still be able to escape. Listen very carefully, and you might just survive. I am afraid pieces of the device are now scattered across the islands. They became quite hot during the experiment, so perhaps you could look for the smoke. Bring any you find back to the Standing Stones, then we should be able to get you home. I'm dreadfully sorry, sir, but this does mean postponing dinner preparations. I do hope you remember to eat something. You must try to keep your strength up. Perhaps some tea and biscuits from one of the nearby houses? The residents won't mind because they're not at home. Oh, and do be careful, sir. You're being hunted.
Alright, bring the smoking rocks to the stones. Ooh, sensitivity. Examine with F, examine with F. These are the standing stones. Return to the mysterious fragments of the device to the central stone and leave them here. You can also save your progress on this stone. Apart from the boats, it's the only place you can do so. Remember to hit save progress every time you hear. No, you cannot save while bleeding or starving. Okay. Learning an enemy. You can find useful items in the objects of the world. Fallen robots like this chap often carry a loot, but you'll have to find things on the doors of buildings, sheds, or even bottom of dustbins. Hand icon will appear over the rest. Okay.
Ah, very useful. Now you can observe your pursuers while keeping a safe distance. Excellent. You've found one. Return that fragment to the Standing Stones and leave it there. You'll be one step closer to home.
Oh, damn, these things are huge.
I'm putting the kettle on now, sir. We'll have you home in no time.
Oh, check inventory.
Forgive me, sir.
It's just I.
But perhaps it's worth mentioning that your tweeds should keep you well hidden, provided you keep to the heavier foliage.
Can I not? Yeah, I can. Okay, I can bind binoculars to one. Let's use rags on 2. I can't put it on 2. I can put bottle on 2? Yeah, okay. I can put clock on 3. Okay. And it was a map. I don't have a map. Okay. There's houses northeast. We'll try northeast. Alright, or should we try... There's houses over here, south. Let's try south, actually. Can I go through these bushes? That's the real question. Yes, I can. Glowing blue thing. Hello?
It looks like there's something useful in there. Oh, and if you find anything edible, don't look at it too closely.
Royal Tweaking Historic Market Town. Can I enter the house? I can! Oh, well, no. Just, I get a torch and a tobacco. Dubious? Smoking kills. Alright, well, we can put torch on 2, bottle on 4. Assuming there is nighttime. Sure, so we're picking up a lot of trash. Exotic spices, mothballs. I have another clock. Got robots. He doesn't know.
Keep looking.
Liz, hi. Hello. Oh,
What is that? Lost the lighter.
he saw me.
Find the trespasser. Keep looking.
Oh,
What? We've lost
damn, they have like eyes on the sides of their heads.
with you patrolling.
What is this game? This is, sir, you are being hunted. My vitality is low. What is the difference between health and vitality? Is vitality hunger? Oh, yeah. Shit, I'm assuming eating garbage food lowers my health. Hang on. Oh, he's right there. Alright, we'll leave him to his vices. Trash. What's in here? Another bottle and nasty weed killer. Alright, well, fuck this. Fuck these skulls. I don't need these skulls. Bottles are helpful though. Okay. Alright. I'm actually not finding anything besides trash. We're gonna leave these skulls behind. Actually, let's just get rid of all the skulls. We really don't need these. Bones, junk, bones, bones. As much as sad as it pains me to get rid of the bones, we really don't need them. Alright, town's clear. Wait, what's that? Delicious local stout. Bullets! Revolver ammo is 6 rounds. Oh shit! Printed letter? What is this? Boiled haggis. And exotic spices. Wait, are the eggs do something? Dubious, smells funny. Oh. Bread. Wait, are those potatoes? Yeah, they're slightly expired. Rags, clock. Another letter. I need to see what these letters are about. Oh, a trap! And a thermos. Tobacco. Alright, let's get rid of the boots. It's trash. Way too much trash. Maybe I should not actually hang on to the tobacco. This probably kills me. Take that. I have a feeling spices are only good if we're cooking, but I don't know how to cook yet. What I do need is a fucking map. Because I don't know where I'm going. Hang on, let me... Can I read these? Use. Oh, Parsons, it does seem that there's good reason for concern. Not only your messenger bird maimed on arrival, but I also have terrible dreams of something mechanical stalking the fields. It took the hats of gentlemen from their ripening corpses. Could my psychic disposition be making itself known once again? Perhaps the pills provided by Dr. Fabenholt can no longer suppress the power of the messages from the other side. Also, I fear I had way too much sherry, as I am unable to rise from the chair in which I write this note. They say it is gout season. Perhaps a butler will find me. Unfortunate. Dear Mr. Hodgman, I am writing this in hope that we might be able to strike up a correspondence. My late wife, Clove Barmsick, has been in awe of your studies into stone circles of Brunswick, Ketterton, and Spaldwind. She believed quite. I thought I heard something. Okay, this is just world building lore, right? Okay, we don't need this. I wish it was an auto sort. My vitality's low. We're gonna eat some canned stuff. Looks like a horror game. It is kind of a horror game. It is a little bit of a horror game. I don't see any smoke in the air, so I don't know where I'm gonna find that stone. I want to find a revolver where I can use the bullets. Oh, smoke! I'm gonna loot the house real quick. Never mind, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking. Oh, a small stone. Quiet, can be thrown far. Ooh! Can use this as a distraction. Put that on 5. I don't think there's any robots here. Oh, there's robots on the fucking matchbook. Ooh. That's helpful. Maybe I should loot these houses. Wait. I hear them. Matches. Oh, the mothballs are junk. Alright, we don't need these. I'll take the tea. Gotta do inventory swapping. Is it green all of a sudden? Cat food. Rags. I'll take the rags. Is there crafting in this game? That's the real question. Bullets. More bullets. Wait, did I not take the last? Oh, yeah, there's the other ones are still here. Where was that? Boiled haggis. Bottle. Ugh, I'm full. We might have to drop the rats. I might drop the rats. Alright, we're dropping off rats here. I got too many pocket rats. No human being needs this many pocket rats. Also, don't need the spices. Which is odd. I figured I would need them. There is no craft, or there is crafting, right? Hold on, let me toggle FPS pad. Oh, look at that. Bandage with H. Okay. Well, that's helpful. Oh yeah, I got plenty of frames. Alright, frames are not an issue. Alright, I need to lure those guys away somehow. I'm thinking the clock. A delayed distraction. We throw it. Rings off. Wait, what do I have that on? 3. What I want to know is how good is their hearing? So that's 25 seconds. How do I throw? How do I throw? Mouse is 0? Mouse 1? Oh, for the love of God. Alright, we'll try bottle.
Danger, possible danger. We've lost the blighter. Around here somewhere. Something. We've lost the blighter.
Fuck, I think that one's coming this way. If I throw, will they piece together that it was thrown from this direction? That's the real question.
Excellent sport.
What the fuck is that?
Around here somewhere. What?
Shit.
What was that? What?
You see nothing?
Resume patrol along. Nothing to
You see nothing. You see nothing. You see nothing.
right.
Fuck.
Lost the fire. Lost the fire.
Oh, they're falling. Forest? Fuck, there's more in there. Alright, trying to lose on these bushes. Oh, there's more smoke over there too. This guy's fucking following me. Stop following me. Oh, he shot me!
Lost the lighter.
There's more here. Come on, come on. Climb the fucking... Alright. Well, that could have gone better. Actually, that went pretty well. We're gonna eat some food. Only have... I'm out of bottles. What is this? Why don't I just pick up Mysterious Fragment? Return this to the Standing Stones. Oh! I thought they were smaller than this. Or bigger than this, I mean. Okay. Honestly, I should dump the moldy bread. I don't really need the bread right now. We're gonna sort this a little. The fuck is that? I need to learn how to use the clocks. The clocks are gonna save my ass over here. Oh shit. Come on. Oh. Maybe 40 seconds was too long. Go. Oh, this bitch is huge. Oh, this bitch is huge. Shit, shit, shit. Discard. 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 Oh, I don't have enough space. Fuck! The last one was not that big. I don't know why this one. Oh, fuck. Ow. We'll lose him in the forest. On the bright side, I think this is actually luring them away. Alright. Eat some of these. Dropping the bread. What else is questionable? Drop that. Drop all the questionable shit. We really don't need that right now. It's just clutter. Can I rotate this? No. God damn it. Alright, now I have space. Did they leave? No. Well, it kinda did. One did. I don't know what this guy's up to. Shit, is he coming this way? I'm fucking sweating. Alright. I'm out of clocks. I'm out of clocks. I've got one more. Got one more clock. Tell you one thing though, when I find that revolver, it's gonna be great. I got so many bullets for that. That's a balloon. Have I looted this area? I think I have. I need a map.
Be very observant, sir. Startled wildlife could help you to spot your pursuers. The eyes and ears of local fauna might be sharper than your own.
They're hunting wildlife. Fuck. Have I been here already? I have not. Fuck. I need something useful. That's useful. You know what I might do? Might use the bear trap. See if I can get one of their shotguns. Ooh, got another bear trap. Alright, we're definitely gonna have to set up a trap here. I need a gun. Or a map. I'm assuming they carry loot on them. You know what else I would like? I would like to get rid of this fucking stone from my inventory. Brave soldiers of the Cricket Wars? Oh, that's like 3. I need one by himself. Unless they all travel in packs. Alright, we're gonna try this way. Oh wait, I think... What does the circle mean on my map? Northeast. North. I'm assuming this... Pentagon is the stones? Can I turn this in? No, it's a boat. Oh. That's how I get to the other islands. I don't want to go to the islands yet. It did say... Damn, there's 16 left on this island. And I've only... Well, I'm about to get 3. Alright, let's try north. Let's try the circle. Damn, we can't even stand when they're near. Where'd that blue light go? Oh shit, they're in the... Oh, they're in the fucking trees! Just gonna follow the blue light. Oh, he's following, he's following. Tell you what. I think it's fucking bear trap time. Fuck, he went around the building, really? He's attracting more. Pick it up! Pick it up! I can't pick it up. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. I'm running out of stamina. Ow. Damn, I take bullets like a fucking champ. I think we lost him. Oh, the stones. Oh, circles do lead to stones. Oh, okay. That's very helpful. Put this shit. Come on.
Excellent. We're making progress. You might survive this after all.
Shit. That's not fair. They're all around me. Yeah, we're gonna have to start going through our stuff here. If anything, I've got a lot of things. Usable at fires. What do fires do? I'm assuming. Wait, campfires. That's probably what lets me cook. If I throw a rock at his head, will that kill him? Probably not. I don't have anything for this. I could spit bullets at him. Got another one this way. I need that blue fairy light to show me the way. Well, last time I went that way. So next we try north. I haven't looked in these houses. I think these buildings are clear. Yeah, okay. What do we got? Bear trap. Food. Very helpful, very helpful. fairy lights here. Cracked teapot? Oh! We're in
A
business!
weapon. Do be careful with that. I really think violence is best left to the experts.
Alright, we have a means of fighting back now. Oh, an apple. More bottles. I'm filling up my inventory with garbage, is what I'm doing. I also have not... I've taken a lot of shots, but I haven't bled. I don't think bleeding is as common as I think it is. We might drop some of these rags because they're very heavy. Very, very heavy. We're gonna put the gun on 2 and flashlight on 3. Yeah. Fuck!
Lost the lighter. Keep looking. Keep looking. Around here somewhere. Keep looking. Around here somewhere. Find the trespasser. Around here somewhere. Around here somewhere. Around here somewhere. Resume the hunt.
Alright, they're leaving. Alright, well, I can't go back there. Where'd the fairy light go? Come on. Over there. Lead me to victory. I'm assuming you lead me to rocks. Otherwise, I'm just fucking crazy. Nothing in the shed. I might change, actually, I'm gonna change my inventory button to tab. Interact is F, bandage is H. Let's make bandage Z. Yeah, because I don't like H. Alright. That's a lot better. It's a lot better. Because I would like to check my inventory as much as I can. I'm gonna probably eat that apple actually. Oh, you did lead me to a rock. Thank you, video games. Question is, where are the bad boys? I hear him. Do we pick a fight or do we stealth it? stealth this. I've got enough clocks, right? Got one clock. I got a bottle. Could try and do it with bottles. Let's try it.
What is that? What? Lost the lighter. Keep looking. Oh, what? Lost the lighter. Something. Danger. Possibly. Danger. Possibly. What?
If I have to fight, I will.
Retreat.
Fuck! Don't shoot me, bro! Ow. Okay. Oh, shotgun! I'm not bleeding, am I?
I would advocate discretion, sir. It might be best to run and hide, but if you have found a weapon, perhaps you can use it to fend them off.
I gotta be honest, these bear traps not really not really doing it for me. Vitality. I have too many vitality healing things. Wait, no, that's a good thing. I want my vitality up. All right, let's drink tea. I think it's 5 by 5, right? No, it's 4 by 4. Fuck. We have to drop the fucking. Okay, we're dropping the bear traps. They're not very helpful. I'm gonna be entirely honest with you. Drop some of the rags. Now I can fit it? No. Drop another set of rags. Actually, I didn't really need to drop those last rags. Where's the other body? Where's the other body? Fuck, I don't just want... Fuck, did he despawn? Shit. I'm trying to remember where I shot him. I was like here, right? What the fuck is that? Let's not. The other body is confirmed missing. Shit. Alright, well, we've got a shotgun with 1 round. Let's put that there. So we got 4 rounds, okay. I do feel a lot more confident now that we have a shotgun. It's a double barrel though, so we definitely have to make our shots count. Fuck! I can't believe the other body despawned. That sucks so bad. Okay. We should probably hand this in. To the circles we go. I wish I could carry more than just one at a time, but I am not really optimizing my inventory very well. Ooh. I've got one row over here. I've got enough stouts. Okay, I'm gonna stop picking up vitality items. Bottles are helpful though. Apple, I'll eat that. Okay. Let's go hand this in. Scared the shit out of me. Don't tell me that attracted you. Yeah, fuck off. Okay, we're back at the stones.
A few more of those, and we can activate the device.
13. There are more
If your
fairies.
antagonists have hunting dogs, then might I suggest you stay well away? Those beasts have a nose for blood.
They have dogs now? Shit.
Yes.
What the fuck is that? What in the fuck is that? Oh, fuck no. This guy's by himself. I could kill him and take a shit. Should I? No, he's got friends back. He's got backup. He's got backup. Damn. If there was a time for a fairy light to pop up, it'd be now. Fairy, nothing. Can I zoom on this? I can't. Alright, well. Not really a whole lot to look for anyway. Let's stay along the coast, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see any smoke. Church. Item in the church. Item in the church. Item in the church. Panic at the Disco. Item at the church. Where the fuck's the door? Can I not? There are no items in the church? Oh. Oh. Map! And blackberries. And trash. Alright. Amazing. Wait, it's actually very helpful. Okay, so there's a main road. It's okay. And there's okay. Let's eat this apple. blackberries too. Okay. Ooh! I didn't even have to look for this one. Is it unguarded? No way. Holy shit, it's unguarded. Holy shit. Hello? Please! I hate it here. No way. What, do I have to mine it out of the rock? Mushrooms? Oh. Oh, dubious. Dubious mushrooms. Why can't I pick you up? You are spawned within a rock. This is problematic. Alright. We'll make a marker of this. Put 3 on it. Maybe I'll have to mine it out? Get a pickaxe? It's the only logical conclusion I can come to. We gotta find another one. Lead me. Oh, don't lead me to that one, come on. I'm tempted to shoot it with a shotgun. Should we? Fuck it. I didn't do anything. Just wasted ammo. Wonderful. That sucks so bad. Maybe it's a glitch. If I put the map on a hotkey, would that... Oh, I can't put the map on the hotkey. That sucks. Clock. Boat. I've been here before. Yeah, this is oh, okay. There's a dock at each end. I'm assuming that's to go to the other islands. Got our new ferry. New ferry, new ferry. You're leading me back to where I was before, weren't you, you son of a bitch? You're definitely leading me back. Cause I didn't see another one on the way here. Yeah, that's the one I was just at. Yeah, looted. Alright. Main island, we'll check this quadrant, split it up into quadrants. So we've got only one left in this quarter. Probably got more here and then more here. This area might be clear. I'm assuming 13 in total, spanning throughout all the islands. So we'll check this last quadrant and then move on to a new island. Yeah, alright, these are all loaded. Unless it said there were I don't know. Am I imagining, or did they say there are only 4 on each map? How many have I handed in? 4? I might be just done with this island. Well, no, because I've returned 4 and there's a 5th that's stuck in a rock. Oh wait, yeah, it says it right here. Center, only 1 left. And that's the rock one. Alright, so we're out of here. We gotta hit up a dock. Go south. Actually, no. East is the closest. I need, I'm assuming that affects stamina. This would make the logical sense. Not that there is actually stamina. I haven't really run out of stamina. I've been sprinting this whole time. Wait, can I cook here?
I know you're not used to preparing your own meals, sir.
Log piles can be
But I'm
used
sure
to
you
cook
can
wild game and
master
raw
roasting
meat.
game on an
Use the
open
interact
fire.
key to open the
Hot
log pile
smoke
window.
can be seen for
Use
miles,
right click, use
however,
right
so do be quick.
matches. And then click right click to okay. Be quick, it will last forever. Oh, okay. This is if I'm carrying raw meat. Okay. Black smoke is cooking station. Campfire. Keep that in mind. We don't have a lot of ammo going into this East Island, so need to be a little careful with the fights that we pick.
There are a number of islands in the archipelago. Each of them is likely to have fragments of the device for you to collect. Try not to get lost.
Traveling will automatically save your progress. When you arrive to a destination, you can use the Save Progress Island in the boat menu to save here and remain on the island. Ah! Travel to East. Yeah. Now here's my main concern. Corvus! Hi, Corvus. Hi! Hello! Welcome. Damn, there's a rock right off the bat. Okay, perfect. My main concern is that I have to carry all of these rocks one by one back to the central island. That's going to suck. Unless there's another set of rocks on the east island. I'm gonna need a fucking map. I need to find a church. I'm assuming churches have... Okay. I've been booped. Oh, that crow just gave me away. Ugh. Okay, here's a problem. There's like a squad of 4 over there. Patrolling, and then there's the fucking two dudes guarding the rock. Shit. I don't want to pick a fight here. There's way too many of them. We might have to bottle. Do a little bottle strat. I don't think I'm going to be able to have enough time, though. Alarm clock, likely. I think it's alarm clock time. Buy myself enough time. I'm going to have to make a wide flank. Actually, I think I could bottle this. I think the squad is gone. Eat them alive. They're robots. I can't eat them. Fuck. I said we're not gonna fight this, but I guess we are.
Keep looking. Excellent.
Come on, come on, come on. Aim, aim, aim. Ow! Oh, I'm bleeding. Oh, there's like fucking 2 of them. There's too many of them. You have bullets on you, right? You don't have bullets on you. No, but you've got another gun. Oh, I'm... Fuck. Load last save. Damn. Alright, yeah. Man, those bottles suck. Maybe I just make too much noise. It's that I can't. I wish I could sprint. Okay, I could sprint while crouching. Because crouch walking is way too slow. We've still got, yeah, okay, we've still got our inventory. I'm determined to do this peacefully. No, why are you looking at me, you son of a bitch? Ow. I feel bad, the game handicapped me. It spawned less. There's only 4 of them this time. Last time there was like 6. Damn, all their guns are broken. I may have just wasted a lot of ammo. We've got everything but shotgun. Ooh. Let's eat these berries. Bag of mints. Sure. At least I'm not bleeding. The fuck is that sound? Right, right? Okay, yeah. Where's the flashlight button? I don't have a flashlight on my quick bar. Make that 7. I don't have a map, I don't know what I'm fucking looking for. I guess it's not so bad. We've got 5 shotgun rounds. That's at least 5. 5 kills if I don't miss. If there was a time for fairy lights, it'd be now. Is that a church? Church? Question mark? Oh, balloon. Fuck. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Is that the dog they were telling me about? Oh yeah, it's that tall fucking thing. He's got a squad with him. At least I found the next rock. Fuck, are they coming this way? Fuck. And this isn't a church, this is a fucking pile of lies. There's so many of them. I'm not cooking shit. I think now we clock. Do a bit of a clock run. Damn, 4. I'm gonna set max timer for this one. I wonder. No. I was thinking, would my inventory being full make me way more, which would make me slower? That would make sense, but I don't think there's a weight system in this game. Yo. Chill. Are you fucking kidding me?
Jason. Lost the lighter. You are mostly water.
What? Oh! Oh, this is so bad. Ow, I'm bleeding. Fuck you. Oh! How many bullets? 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 No bullets. Berries. For fuck's sake. Buy me time, buy me time, buy me time. Ow, that's not time. Oh! Come on, man. Fuck. Oh, this is so fucked. Oh, this is so fucked. Oh, this is so fucked. This is so fucked. This is so fucked. So fucked. So fucked. So fucked. Bottle! I'm dead. I'm very dead. Ah, no! Fuck! Damn. Not very good at this stealth thing, are we? Is that 5 over there? There's 5 over there! Alright, tell you what, we're gonna actually do this one peacefully. I am determined to not raise the alarm. We're going to use the clock. Because I just refuse to. Oh shit, hey. Back off, back off. I'm also just not patient. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy myself a lot of patience. Yeah, if I can get another clock, that'd be great.
Chasing. Keep looking. Chasing.
Are they following me? Don't know, be.
Lost the lighter.
I need vitality. Ba-dum. Quiet but can be thrown far. Might use the rock next. It sounds like they're behind me. Lead the way. Lead the way, lead the way. Don't lead me into the balloon, my dude. You're leading me right to the balloon. You're leading me right to the one that killed me last time. Sounds like there's like 6 of them. Yeah, that's the one I was at last time. Shit, this would be a great time for a clock. There's no buildings in this island. Is that a fucking dog? I hear a dog, but I don't see it. Shit, there's more behind me. I need these guys to go away. They're like mixed in with a patrol. Oh shit. Oh wait, that's like a regular dog. Hold on, I saw it. It's like an actual ass dog. That's not that fucking weird tall alien thing. Cause that thing spooks the hell out of me. If it's just a regular dog, then that's fine. I think it's a robot dog, actually. I want to wait for all of them to leave. Well, actually, no. If I engage this squad, that dog is for sure gonna give me away. Even if I do distract them with the bottle. I might just have to pick this fight.
You should talk to my broker.
Let me make all my shots count. Actually, let's test The Rock. What do you say? Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Some danger. Possible danger. Lost the lighter.
I think that only distracted one of them. Oh, that did not work. Or did it? No, that definitely did not work. Oh, get off me! Hello? What are they going to get help? Whatever, man, I'm taking this. See you losers. There goes my shotgun ammo. Actually, I might be able to make this back. Never mind. Oh, never mind. Get this fucking dog off of me! Ah! Why did I stay? I should have just left as soon as I had the rock. God damn it. I have to do this again. Alright, tell you what, maybe after I pick up that first rock, we'll save. Too many fucking rocks to worry about.
Something. Ah, yes. Turned out nice again.
Actually, I might just have to repeat that wide flank I did. Fuck. It's like looking right at it. Okay. Okay. No more hubris. No more hubris. We don't need that much time actually. 40.
Something.
Is that a dog? They have a dog now. They fly now. They fly now.
What is that?
Fuck. I don't think they noticed. They didn't notice. Dog noticed. Oh, the dog noticed. Get off of me. Get the fuck. Give me your damn bullets. Yeah, fuck off. Shut up.
Resume the hunt. Lovely weather again.
Dog made me use a rag. Okay. Well, I had to use a bullet that time, but I made it back. Made it back with 2 extra rounds. I think their health varies depending on which robot there is, because I shot one with a shotgun, or maybe it's just I was too far away. Pellet spread was too wide. Fuck, I really don't want to have to walk all the way back with 4 rocks. I'll try and find another one that's not the one by the fucking... by the balloon. Because that one is way too dangerous, and I need items. And then I might, after I pick up a second one, I might head back to the boat. And deposit these two rocks. That is assuming the next one I pick up isn't fucking massive. Damn, there's really no buildings. Not even a shed or anything. I saw a ferry, but I lost it. I hear a robot dog. What is that? Dumpster? Ugh. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, at least let me throw the shoe. Give me intel. Leading me right towards death, aren't you? I've gotten way too cocky in the first island. Ooh, wait a minute. I want to loot this house. There's also a dumpster over there. Or a shed. Because if there's a chance that there's a map in here, that's huge. Shit. I don't want to fight them. I don't want to fight them.
What? Indeed. I'll be weather again.
Doors on the other side.
Danger. Possible danger. Lost the fire. Keep looking. Lost the fire.
Yes.
What? It rotates.
Oh, this map is so fucked.
Don't tell my wife. Or outrageous.
Skull of a sheep. Not useful. Not useful whatsoever. Where'd those fairy lights go? I feel like I've searched this whole bottom half. There's nothing. Aside from the one rock I found. And the one in the center by the shed. Sheds. It's the fucking freaky alien thing. Yep, there he is. Weird motherfucker. There's a robot dog here. Right? Is that what I'm hearing? But the fairy lights were pointing this way, but I don't see a single trail of smoke. Oh, that's not true. Is that black smoke or white smoke? Because if it's black smoke, then that's not helpful, because that's a cooking station. What the fuck is that sound? Uh-oh. Hey. Pistol. No one heard that, right? We're in the clear, we're in the clear. We're in the clear. We're in the clear. Where are those fairy lights? Fairy lights. Might just have to head for that campfire. That's a different one from the sheds that I was looking at before. Damn, you're followed by 2 dogs. Yeah, that is a rock they're covering in it. No, it's a campfire? Looks like a campfire. That is a campfire. That building's probably got good stuff in it, though. Another campfire. Barrel! Trash. Wonderful. Actually, I might take those rats. We might have to start eating rats. I'm gonna cook them first, obviously. Speaking of which. Stout. Yeah, this is leading me to the shed I was at before. Okay, this is bad. It's bad news. There's a lot less things here, though. Mostly the balloon is gone. And it's just 2, no dog. We might be able to get away with this with a bottle. I don't know how to approach this, though. That's not true. I have to go around. I hear more to my right. Got 2 bottles I need to make this count.
Just controlling the They hear that possible danger. What one? They hear that possible danger. Oh, lost the light. What is
Are you fucking kidding me? There's a balloon in front of me. There's a smoke. There's another rock. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I have to fight. I have to fight. I don't want to fight. God damn it. Hate you sons of bitches. Wait. Ow. Oh no. Please, we're gonna fucking bleed out. Don't tell me. No, not like this. Not like this. Why can't I seem to get that second rock off? Damn it. This island is kicking my ass. Dude, I have the map and everything. I hate the layout. I hate the layout of this map, of this island. This is kicking my ass. I really took that first island for granted. Can I get away with this without using the clock? That's the real question. I'd rather use the bottle than the clock.
Rotate.
Just a fucking giant.
Excellent. Lost the item. Lost the item. Around here somewhere.
Here's what we're gonna do now. We're going to not be greedy.
Around here somewhere. Find the trespasser. Around here somewhere. Keep looking. Keep looking.
We're gonna save. I could go back, turn this in, probably look for more items. But I want to find where other rocks are on this island because I've only really from memory of that previous from when I had the map. Oh wait, this island only has 3 total. So there's the one by the sheds, and if I can go back with that with the other one, if I can find the other one, I'd rather do that and then come back to the sheds when I'm more prepared. I'm proud of myself though. I got that rock without using the clock. Just use a single bottle. Alright, lead the way. I swear to God, if you lead me to the sheds, I'm killing you. Yes, those are rocks. Amazing. This is leading me to the sheds, isn't it? Oh, what is this? Oh, the forest! That's right, I passed by this! Shit. Shit. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. Rock and bottle? Might be a rock and bottle type of situation. There's extras though in the back. I don't want to attract them. On top of just the regular 2 that are patrolling, or that are guarding, there's 2 more patrolling. That is assuming this rock isn't fucking ginormous. And I'm gonna have a huge problem. The alternative is I pick a fight. I feel a lot more confident with these odds. Then again, that could just be greed. I am quite the greedy. I don't know, we can definitely do this. I'm fucking stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Fuck, I just used the rag. I'm actually stuck. Hello? You've got to be fucking kidding me. I fucking... No, please. Come on. Why? Why am I stuck on this tree? Come on. Like, actually, what the fuck? God damn it, I have to reload. Man! What the fuck? Alright, well, at least we've got the first one, and I know what the second one is. The second one is way easier to get. That is assuming they didn't just reload with a dog. If they reloaded with a dog, I'm gonna be really fucking pissed. I would have gotten away scot-free, man. I just gotta get past these goons. Do I have anything small? No. I only have big consumables.
How do you do?
What are we looking at? I don't hear a dog. I think it's actually just the 2, and there's no patrol. Alright, same plan as before.
I remember when this was all new. I've never been to the colonies.
Let's not get clipped by the fucking tree.
You should talk to my broker. So there.
Small. Let's fucking go. Whew. Alright, we can go for the... We can go for the last one that's here, but that's by the sheds, and I really don't like that area. Alternatively, we save and go and come back. I just want to scope it out. We're just gonna do recon. Worst case scenario, I get into a shootout for the last one, and I sprint all the way back. I've only got 2 rags though. I gotta start packing more rags. They're actually making me bleed now. They weren't making me bleed before. In the last island, I took bullets like a champ. It did not bleed. Now I'm bleeding left and right. Balloon. Shed. What's it looking like? Just 2. I got a patrol in the back. No dog? No dog. No dog. I'm going for it. I'm gonna do the shed approach that I did last time. Let's just hope I don't get fucking killed for it. I've only got a rock this time. We well, actually might have to use the clock.
I remember when this was all new. Yes. What is that? What's the matter? You man.
What? Alright, well that's one way to get rid of them. Raw meat. It's good meat. Berries. Well, we've lost ammo. But we beat the island. Let's get the fuck out of here. Get the actual fuck out of here. Should I cook? No. I'll cook in the other island. This island sucks. Dumpster. What have we got? Trash. Damn, I had to trial and error my way through this island. Damn, dude. It's rough. Shit. Let's go this way, I guess. Whichever way is not the... Well, we gotta go. We gotta go back this way. Gotta take that long way around. I am not about to sacrifice my life now. So that's central and east finished. Fuck. I just gotta do the rest of the islands. Hopefully it didn't take me as long as this one did. forest is actually not as helpful as I thought it'd be during a pursuit, but it is helpful for stealth. I figured it'd be easier to lose them when I do get into a fight, but apparently not. Alright, we're out of here. Oh boy. Thank God. Can I save here? I don't know where the, is this where the circle is, or is... Fuck, I don't know where the circle is. Alright, well, we'll find out. I'll put a marker on it when I get there. How do I climb these rocks? You expect me to scale? Oh, wow. Did not know I could climb. Yeah, they're for sure over there. Have the houses reloaded? That's what I want to know. Whiskey. What is this? Biscuits. I don't think they reloaded. Give me that fucking rock. Matches. A sharp axe. Shit, now you're speaking my language. Oh, hang on. Rags. Actually, maybe I will take those matches. Bullets! Oh, baby. What is the axe for? Good for splitting logarithms? Splitting logs? What do you mean splitting logs? What kind of logs are we splitting here? Flashlight. Biscuits! I've already got a flashlight. Honestly, I should drop the flashlight. Kind of a waste of inventory. I'm not really ever going to use it. Ooh. Actually, let's just do that now. It's a campfire. I don't know why I hit escape. Ooh, alarm clock. I do like the alarm clocks. Bear trap useless. What is that, a farm? I might actually find some shit there. I'm surprised I haven't looted that. Ooh. Damn, okay. We're finding good shit. Good shit. I do want to carry more rags. Oh, we've got more of those. We've got a lot so far. Oh, wait, there's bullets! Alright, we're gonna actually leave a match box behind and we'll pick up the food. I might drop one of the larger... Ooh, the stones. Let's turn our shit in. How about that? Come back to this later. I do want to see what's in that farm. I'm so glad we get more shit. I've got 15 bullets. Oh. Rip shotgun ammo, though. Okay.
Splendid. But do be careful finding the next one. A few more of those, and we can activate the device.
Alright. Let's go and eat these. How much of the chocolate? Not that much. Okay.
I'll be quiet now, sir. Just let you get on with things. Good luck.
Thank you. Actually, let me mark this on the map. Marker 1. So I know where the thing is. Shit. Should we just cut our losses? Go back to go to north? North dock? That's what I'm thinking. Here, let me fucking move some of this stuff around, actually. We have a lot of the large vitality restorers thingies. We have a lot of canned food, which is good. I want to know what the axe is for. Actually, let's just put these bullets over here. Put these here. Do a little organizing. Okay. Oh, this is an empty bottle. Put that there. I wish it would give me an empty bottle every time I finished a thing. I'm surprised it doesn't. Shit. Alright, it's time to go. Actually, let's save one more time. Alright. North. This is also on the way to that that barn. I want to check that out. Also, do want to go back to those rags. Oh, I almost missed more bullets. Woo! Okay. I was gonna say, if those are potatoes, I could probably cook those, right? Ah, baby. Wait. Yeah, I'll start in those are all. And more matches. Sure. Stock up. We'll stock up. Alright. Hit up the barn and then we'll, damn, 21 bullets. Shit. There's actually a lot of them over there. Damn. We might have to ignore the barn. Do a wide flank. Come back to the barn next time. On the way back from the North Island. Shooting some. Wait, barrel. Oh, nice. Let's cook that meat real quick. Oh, nice. Wow, that was very quick. All right, can I extinguish this? Just hope this doesn't draw them to me. All right, well, we're done. I literally just wanted to do that. I'm assuming that draws attention. Scared the shit out of me. What the fuck are you? Oh yeah, that drew a lot of attention. Okay. I'm just gonna get in the boat now. Please don't kill me. Alright. If I remember correctly, I believe the North Island was a castle. Oh, we're baby. We're loaded. Okay, we're loaded. We're loaded. We're loaded. We're fucking locked and loaded. Worst case scenario is I fucking chop someone up. I have a bottle. I have rocks. Put the axe on 6. Can I actually like stealth melee kill with this? I want to know the purpose. Is that a church? Right off the bat? Let's fucking go. There's fairy lights over there too. I want to check out the church. If we get a map right off the bat, I'm going to be really happy. Fuck, no map. Biscuits though. Biscuits and bandages. My face with no map. Alright, fairy lights lead the way. What the fuck? Why the tree is made of metal? Campfire. What the fuck are you? You're a big fucking boy! Damn, he's like guarding those buildings. I want to see what's over there. Shoddy dreading. It's like a factory town. Oh, that's another one. Yeah, I see him. At least they guard just their territory. Oh no, there's regular boys. Why are you leading me right towards the balloon? Flask of warm tea. I tell you what, we'll drink that. An empty bottle. Oh wait! Look at that. It's just the flasks that don't. Oh baby! Can I unload this? Oh! There's so many bullets in here. Okay. We might actually just... Unless I can fucking dual wield. Might actually just end up straight up fighting the next group. Hang on, let's put the clocks on 6, put the axe on 7, have all my distractions ready. You didn't see shit. I hear a big guy. Where did the fairy lights go? It's gonna suck if the rocks are in the middle of these towns. I think that's the case. Fuck.
Turned out nice again.
I'm trying to think. Is there a moat that's a lake? How am I gonna cross that? I imagine I can't swim. Is there a bridge? Oi!
What?
It's gotta be a bridge.
I remember where she before.
Letter. No.
Don't tell my wife.
Bridge.
Down here then. What? What?
Come on.
Danger. Possible danger. What? We've lost the lighter.
My only other option is to put a clock on this side of the bridge. Actually, this bridge is a good funnel for bear traps. I hear a dog. Are they on my side? Shit, they're on my side.
Don't tell my wife. What?
It's gotta be another bridge. There's gotta be something we can do here. I wish I could throw the clocks. Tell you what, I think we should just cut our losses, find another way. Damn, this place is full of bots. Either that or we fight. I want to wait till that group goes farther away before we get into a fight. So I'm confident I could take on these two robots, but there's two more that are down the river. It's gonna be annoying to deal with. Is that my fucking... That is mine, hang on. Sorry, that's my telegram. Ignore that. There. Oh.
What is that? What is that? Lost the lighter.
Are they gone? They're gone. Alright.
What is that? Lost the lighter. Excellent. Lost the lighter. Lost the lighter.
Tempted on just killing him. Reduce their numbers. Fuck. You know what? Maybe that's a viable strategy now. I've got a lot of bullets. I've also got a lot of clocks. Oh, baby. It's the universe telling me something. Telling me to choose violence every time. So I made it across the bridge, but now where the fuck's the rock? Oh, there it is. Is there another one? No, it's the only one. Alright, let's go for that one. How are we doing this? Wide flank, and we pick them off. I think I could stealth that, actually. No. Wait, there's 4. Oh wait, I can use the campfire as a distraction. Ooh. Ooh. Also lets me cook. Come on, come on, come on, fucking jump! My plan is working. Oh, the dubious lick! The dubious lick! There was a patrol behind me. Oh boy. Wow, matches are actually way more useful than I thought. Shit, if I had known, would have made that other island way easier. I need ferries. Fairies, fairies, fairies. Fairy godparents. There you are. Why are you leading me back? Oh, this way. If I gotta kill a bitch while I'm out here, I fucking will. Actually, there might be too many of them.
What? Resume patrolling. Don't tell my wife.
Oh, he's right there. He has a friend, though. Posture check. Alright, hang on.
I pay the
My spine. Oh, fuck. We're about to get exposed.
What? Oh dear. Oh dear. What?
He doesn't know. Mints. Fucking berries? God damn it. I wanted shotgun rounds. I just used my last shotgun round. Alright, lead me the way. Hi, Noah. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Ooh, okay. Hello. I'm going into the studio today. Any requests for a small gift I can make you? Aww. um. Oh boy, I'm indecisive. Something simple. Something nice. I don't know. I don't really, I'm just gonna shoot these guys. Yeah, I don't really know. Honestly, any gift is fine. I really appreciate it. Anyway, like, that's very thoughtful. I got shotgun rounds. We're gonna put this over here. Put these bullets over here. But yeah, I really appreciate that you wanna make me a gift. I don't really know what your limitations are, you know? I feel like you can make anything. Do you wear rings? I do not. I do not wear rings. This guy's by himself. I'm going to try and ask him a question. Because I want to see if I can actually stealth kill people with this. If that's its intended use. If not, then I'm going to get a face full of shotgun. Wait, what are you? Oh, you're a big guy. Well, maybe I shouldn't ask you a question. Maybe I might just shoot you. I don't even need to go here. Fairies are leading me way over here. What's this barrel? Nothing. Fucking barbed wire. Oh, I see it. Wait, let me see if this church has something, because I have yet to have found the map for this island. No. Apple. It's an apple, sure. Oh, I got berries, didn't I? No, okay. Whatever, we're still good. I'm just gonna shoot the next fucking set of guards that are over here, honestly. I have enough bullets for it. Do I have to walk around? No, there's a connector here.
You should talk to my broker.
Actually, can I save the ammo?
Put him there. Excellent sport. One lost the lighter.
Oh, it's huge.
What?
Shit. Alright. Alright, we're just gonna kill him.
Possible.
Give me those. Give me. Give him. Hand him over. My bullets now. Meat! I don't really need more meat. I'm fine on meat. Okay, how are we fitting this? It's a 4x4. Actually, wait. Look at that. We are done with the island. Time to get the fuck out of here. That's 2 islands down. So I just noticed my character is covering up the is covering up the gun when I'm not aiming. Whatever, you could see how many bullets I have. This guy's by himself. I want to use the axe so bad. I want to use the axe so bad. No, let me not get greedy. I'll do it in the center island. I want to get at least 1 axe kill this session. Shit. I hear a dog. Yeah. He has a handler. The fuck, toy train? Oh, Oh, wait! That's kind of cool. Taking that. Did they hear me? Oh, yeah, motherfucker. Well, this is a problem. This is a big problem. Or is it? Bottle!
What is that? What is that? Not on my lighter. Keep looking. Keep looking.
God damn it.
What?
Why are you not moving to investigate? Oh god, you suck. Is that the dog?
Possible danger. What? Excellent.
Oh baby. Never looted a dog before. Well, I don't have anything. Alright. This water is not shallow. Wait, this water isn't fucking... Man, I thought I could drown in this. I went through all that for nothing. And we're out of here. We are 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 out of here. Out of here. Alright, it's a straight shot. Hand these bad boys in, and then that's 2 islands to go. What's the barn? Should we check out the barn? Let's check it out. Should I just start blasting? I might just start blasting.
What is that? Possible danger. What is that? Okay.
I'm full! Never thought that'd be an issue. Oh, wait. Am I drunk? Oh, I might be drunk. I'm kind of could actually. I don't really need. There's not even that much here. Does this building even have a door? No. No, it's not worth it. Man, I gotta go that way. Oh shit, those birds just alerted, just fucking gave me away. And there's a big guy now. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Fucking climb.
Looking. Keep looking.
I did not just walk into that. I did not just walk into that.
Lost the lighter. Here somewhere.
Fucking fuck. Actually, I think that just drew them all away. For the most part. Not entirely. I can't cross that gap. I gotta go over there. There's too many of them. Why do they have to be patrolling the forest? Actually, they're kind of leaving. We're gonna have to do this slow and steady. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. He's headed this way. He's headed this way. We take the we take the long flank around the forest. This area is way too hot. What's in the shed? Nothing. Garbanzo beans. Garbaggio. Only thing separating me from the circle. Wait, hold on. I could definitely squeak. I could squeak past that. They got a fucking dog. We might have to use a clock. Or that new train we got. They got this place locked up tight. But I'm tighter. Where's my fucking... Oh, I ate all my biscuits already. Shit.
A few more of those, and we can activate the device. We're making progress. You might survive this after all.
Okay. Let's put this over here. East and north are done. We need to do, right? We need to do fucking south and west. Oh my fucking god. They have a dog. Oh, you're fucking stupid. Why are you just standing there? I say we book it south. What do you think? Let's do it.
Danger. Possible danger. What? You
Oh. Oh, they know. Oh, they know. Oh, they most definitely know.
lost the lighter.
I was really scared there was gonna be a big guy down here. But I think we're in the clear. Whew! Okay. Dude, the center island is getting hot. It is getting hot in here. But we're about to beat this. We're almost done. Was I already south? No. Okay. Ammo economy is looking dicey, bro. We're gonna have to rely on the shotgun, and the shotgun worries me because it's only 2 shots. That reload takes, excuse me, that reload takes forever. Is this the Castle Island? I don't remember which one I picked. So what's this game about? If you could give a short synopsis. So there are robots hunting us on 5 different islands, a center and one for each compass direction. In each island, there is a number of rocks. These like special purple glowy rocks that we have to follow ferries to lead us to where the rocks are. We have to collect all the rocks, bring them back to the center rock, the main rock in the center island, and then we can escape if we collect them all. But the thing is, we're being hunted the entire time, and there's ferries, so we'll go ahead and get started on where the fuck I need to go next. So it's like a survival horror. It's a little horror, but it's mostly survival. There's a church here. Wait, there might be a map in this church. Hang on. What the fuck's the door? Noi! You gifted a sub! Oh my god. Yo, Sandra Williams _123. Congrats on the sub. You sound like a bot. I hope you're not a bot. But thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, Noah. There's no fucking door in this church. I'm stressing out. Yeah, and we can tell when it's a special rock when there's white smoke. If there's black smoke, then that's a fire pit, and we can cook food. How the fuck am I supposed to get over there? I can't swim, can I? Can I swim? I can swim. This is a new development. Oh, but I don't like that. Do we attract that? I'm going for it. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Get me out of here. Get me out of here! I will fucking kill you. How am I supposed to scale this? Oh, my fucking... Please. Oh, my goodness gracious. I'm getting out. Ow! I'm getting out of the water. Oh, I'm bleeding. I'm getting out of the water. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Ah! Oh, they almost killed me. I'm out of here, I'm out of here, I'm out of here. I'm so out of here. Ah, fuck the water, man. That shit sucks. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? Alright, we're gonna eat the meat. Fuck. How am I supposed to get over there? I'm not going back in that water. You're out of your goddamn mind if you think that. There's no piece of land that connects to this, and there's no, like, slope. There's no beach. Oh my god, they really... How am I supposed to fucking... I can go up this. I'm assuming that's walkable, if that even is walkable. I don't think that's walkable. My climbing skills are extremely limited here. I don't think that that's walkable. Fuck. Fine. We'll go around. Try not to get spotted. That spot sucks. Please don't notice me. Just a humble man looking for his purple rocks. Yeah, there was no way I was climbing up that. At least from that side. It's... crazy. I'll make you a shot glass, I've decided. Ooh, okay. I like that idea. Oh, I see. That's a good place to climb up. Alright, we found our way. Also, the water thing solidifies this as a horror for real. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fuck, we gotta scale this fucking... I'm away from my health to go up a little bit. Because that guy fucked me up. And I still have to fight the two dudes who are over there, and then I gotta fucking make my way back. This fucking sucks. I don't even have like small food. I've only got big food. Hoping to God it's a 3x3. Otherwise we're gonna have to do some discarding. Alright, let's go. Pray for me. Oh, for the love of God. I'm stuck! No! Come on! Please. Fuck! Dude, this is the second time. The typography in this game is so ass. This is the second time I've gotten stuck and had to reload. Fuck! Are you serious? Alright, well. We'll redo the island. Hate it here. The ward? The Duke and Duchess of Umbridgeshire lived here for 10 years, later admitting the site was fitted with beds suitable for members of Parliament. Interesting. Amazing. Riveting. The layout has changed. Or am I crazy? Hold on, there's a ferry over here. What is that? Oh my god, he's on a horse! It's a fucking rocket horse! That's insane. Oh, but he's melee, though. Well, that sucks. That's going to be very annoying to deal with. Come on. Slowest fucking thing in the world. Alright, well I see it's another one over there. Can I shoot those down? Yeah, alright, this is back where I was. Alright, we fucking gotta go all the way around. This was a terrible spawn. And there's another one over there. Right? That is white smoke that I just saw. I think it is. Right? I mean, there's just two dudes guarding that. Yeah, I see it. Right there. I just want to get this one on the fucking island first, because it's annoying. I also don't want to pick I don't want to pick a fight with Mr. Mr. Rocket Horse. Oh, the big guy's got goons. I might just have to kill them all for that stone. At least maybe just the small ones. Actually, no, they're moving away from me. Actually, I could. No, that one's guarded by two. Yeah, this guy's patrolling this like small town. If I go around and approach from the forest, that could work. But first, Shitty Island. Except this time we swim and don't go on the rock because fuck me, I guess. Right, where am I going? That rock. That's assuming I can even stand on it. Otherwise, I'm about to die. Horrible, horrible death. Oh, baby. Let's fucking go. Oh boy, here I go killing again. Ooh, it's a single slot. Broken. Okay. I need vitality. All right, now we got the other one. I'm determined to do all three in a single run. Because the only reason I had to restart last time was because of bullshit. Wait, how do I even fucking get back? I can't climb that. Oh, great. It's this fucking guy. This fucking clown. You're a clown! My best bet is probably walking, swimming over there, right? Fuck. No, I could probably stand on that rock. What sucks is if I'm wrong, I lose my life. No, let's go for that. We have to go for the shore. It's a big body of water, though. I don't want to fucking die. Fingers crossed. Oh, good lord. 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 Whew. Alright. Where are the fairies? I need fairy lights. Oh wait, I don't need fairy lights. What the fuck am I talking about? I already know where I'm going. I already know. I gotta kill this motherfucker. I want to avoid picking a fight with the big guy though, just in case he does actually take a lot of ammo to kill. Huh. I thought the bird would attract them, but apparently not. Shit, actually we might have to. Wait, I have a fucking ginormous brain idea. Or do I? What if I have a small brain idea, but it's disguised as a big brain idea? Damn, they have like nothing near them. Hard alternative is I get it over with and just fight these guys over here first and then fight the other guys. Bullets? Bullets! And a stone. Wow. That's incredibly helpful. far can I chuck this?
You hear something? The lighter.
Ugh, that only got one. Fuck. Next idea. What is it? 6. That is not the idea. Well. Oh, fuck. Lama. That's gonna alert them. Oh my god! Great. Fuck. It's a lot of bullets down the drain. 2x2. Oh, big guy. I'm curious what you have on you. I kind of want to kill you just for the satiating my curiosity. Where are the dead robots? I'm gonna loot your friends first. Are you dead? What killed you? Fuck, he's coming back. I might just blast him. Funny looking guy in there. Oh boy! Oh my god, you decked the shit out of me! Oh! Wow, all that for revolver rounds. Asshole. Damn. Okay. Let's have a plan go right this for once, huh? What do you think? We improvise with guns. Damn, I got 19 rounds. Let's see a fairy light. And a barrel. Oh, baby! Damn, really? Okay. Come on. Climb! Is that another church? Not that I really fucking need it. Fairies, fairies lead the way to victory. Dead body. Did I kill you? I don't remember killing you. Why are there just random dead bodies everywhere? Because I didn't kill that other big guy. Can you not lead me that way?
You should talk to my bunker.
Come on. It's just past the balloon. I want that balloon gone. What is this? Castle. Slow as molasses. I have to wait it out. Let's make space, assuming this can even fit.
You should talk to my bunker.
I don't even think I made that much space. Oh, it's coming back. There. You unguarded? No, you're guarded. Of course you're fucking guarded by dogs.
Is that? Some.
Alright, let's do it. We're out of here. Yeah. Bear trap and biscuits. I feel like I should hang on to at least one bear trap just in case. You never know. Although to be fair, I'm doing a lot less stealthing, a lot more combat. I mean, like, they gave me a lot of bullets, so... kind of just using what I got. What is this? James H. Paul. Caliber by Randall Finn. Oh, is this a real person? Developer reference. Most likely. Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna have to start dealing with rocket horses on the central island now, I bet. It's gonna be a pain to hand these in. I just used a rag. Okay, I still have 3. Nice.
I'm putting the kettle on now, sir. We'll have you home in no time. I'm putting the kettle on now, sir. We'll have you home in no time.
Okay. We are almost out of here. Almost out of here. Shit. Which way are we going now? West. Scared the shit out of me. Surprisingly, no rocket horse. Oh, I spoke too soon. I think I can make it. Yeah, fuck you. Right. Let's fucking do this. Let's fucking do this. Damn, look at how many of them. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fuck, I might just kill these guys just so I have a fucking area of rest. Fucking horse. What's my axe button? 7. Let's get out of here. Each area has introduced a new enemy. Which one's the new one now? I see a big guy over there. Is that Scarecrow a fucking robot? Better not be a robot in disguise. What the fuck? Son of a bitch. No! Fucking get off of me! Ah! You're so annoying, you're so annoying, you're so annoying. Ah, fucking dog. There's the fucking dog. You're so annoying. I don't think they do damage. We've alerted the entire island. The entire island is here. I'm dead. Oh my god. That actually freaked me out. Oh my god. That freaked me the fuck out. That thing's creepy. Oh hell no. I hate that. I hate that. Damn. Do those just are those just there to freak you out? Do they actually like a fucking alert their friends to your position? Because if that's the case, that sucks. Oh my god. Those things are way too creepy. I think I shat my pants. Same. I actually jump scared. I actually got scared. Damn, I don't fucking see anything. Oh, let's go. Two of them and the dog. I hate those dogs. Oh shit. Let's go ahead and meet. And we'll do some of these. Where's the next one? They're just going away. Okay. Wonderful. I'm on the lookout now for scarecrows. Those things are fucking awful. A map would also be helpful. That's a big guy. What is this? Nothing. Tall guy. Fairies. There's a fucking dog here.
We're just controlling blood.
I have yet to have fought a tall guy in battle, and I do not want to. That is not about to change today.
I'll be weather again.
Is that white smoke? Or is that just smoke from the building? No, those are clouds. I'm crazy. Oh, there's like a fucking squad pulling up. It's a fucking robot horse. Big guy. Oh, wait, is that what I think it is? Yes, baby. Damn, in the middle of hell. You don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me. Fuck. Oh, we just alerted the entire fucking island. Oh, the horn, the cow! Fuck. Damn! Everyone and their mobs pulled up. Fuck, man, I gotta restart. Sag, at least I know where the first one is, but as to where the second one is, no clue. No clue where those things were leading me. Let me stay out of the fucking cornfield. I think going off into like the middle of the island is like the worst. I'm gonna try and run a fucking bird. Try and run a lap. See if I can find another one by the edge, and then go for that inner one last, or at least see if I can get a save. So I don't have to restart every time. Alright, let's not attract the entire island. I missed. Missed a couple of shots, but that's okay. That is a-okay. Where are you going? Are you gonna turn around or are you just gonna stand there? Because if he turns around, I beeline it for the coast. Oh no, he's going that way, okay. Damn, there's two of them. And a big guy. Do you have matches? I do. I might think about starting a fire. Nothing. Farms fucking scare me now. I don't want to fucking be by a farm. Farms and graveyards. Fuck. He is headed right for me. Of course you don't have a map. Ooh. I see one way over there. But then why are these leading me over here? Ooh! Alright, we got them both. We just have to do a super wide flank. Big guy. I'm not fighting that. That guy's way too tanky. Let me fucking eat. But I do want to pick a fight with some of the smaller guys that are just lurking. I gotta wait for this guy to pass. Let's do this patrol. The small guys are no problem. The small guys I can take out. It's the fucking... It's the literal boss enemies that are a pain in my ass. Oh my god, is that a fucking horse? Why are you headed right towards me? Reload. Oh, fuck you, not you! Anything but you! Alerting the entire goddamn town, why don't you? Oh, the big guy's coming. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Come on, reload faster. Leave! Fucking dog. No, what killed me? Dog, get off me! I didn't come this far. 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 Fuck. No! Fucking horse, man! This island is so dense with robots. Once you raise the alarm once, you can't fucking... There's no getting away! Fuck, that's so annoying. I had that in the bag too. If that fucking horse literally didn't beeline it for me, that's so annoying. So fucking annoying. I got this fucking guy in front of me. Because, like, well, once I raise the alarm, I have no problem with fighting my way out. The issue is there's literally too many of them for... I don't have enough bullets to kill all of them. There's so many of them. I can kill a good amount on the way out, but I can't fight the whole island. And that's what it feels like. I'm fighting when I'm getting the alarm raised. Pain in my fucking ass. It's doable though, incredibly doable. I might have to do an even wider flank, go even more around, because there was a forest past next to where those buildings were. I might have to just go into the forest. Alright, see if we can do this in six shots. Woo! Baby, he's a sharpshooter. Come on. I now know that there are the things are small, so I don't have to worry about inventory space. I might look in the buildings for more bullets. But I've got so many distraction tools I don't even fucking want to. I just want to I want to stealth it but not get caught by bullshit. That's what it feels like. I saw a robot in the fucking woods. What is that? Is that a dog? No, that's a big guy. Which way am I going? there anything in here? No. Oh, you fucking scared the shit out of me. No, you're not a big guy. You're like a penguin-looking guy. Funny-looking fellow. Let me eat. Got a rocket horse. Right, I remember passing that church. Oh, where are the pieces? Fuck, is that another one? No, that's just a squad. Shit. Oh no, not you. Fuck you. Shut up. I'm gonna find out if I can run away from you. Oh, I can. Oh, and you do attract friends. Oh, you attract a lot of friends. Oh my god. Alright, perfect distraction. Now we go the long way around. Again! Fuck that, man. Fuck that. Feels like making any sort of ground further into the island is just a fucking death sentence. I mean, obviously, but... It is a pain in the ass for sure. What's that? Ooh. And where there is one, there is the other. Stick to the trees. There it is. What is this? Nothing. Fuck you! Ah! Get the hell off me. I'm killing you. Oh boy. Where'd he go? No, please. Fuck. There has to be something to get out of this. There has to be. I refuse. Why? Why does this happen? Oh, this is so frustrating. So frustrating. So frustrating. So frustrating. Oh boy. Man. Wait. Can he knock me out? Oh, god damn it, I killed him. Come on. I don't want to restart. I don't want to restart. What are they shooting at? Alright. Yeah, this pauses the game. Okay, I'm gonna look if there's a fucking fix. Let me see. No, but I did find someone who also got a fragment stuck in a fucking rock. Stuck. I am fucking stuck. I hate it here. Damn, there's nothing. Fuck, man. That's so annoying. Man, why? Why does this happen? I just want to get this over with. I just want to get this over with. I just want to get this over with. Can't believe I can't even fucking take cover behind trees. Fucking joke. We know this. We know the spot though. We know a good spot. That was a good position we were in. If we can just recreate that, should be able to just fucking get the third one. Get out. Bye bye. Have a good rest of your stream. Oh, I didn't even see you. Bye. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Can I do it in 6 shots? Wait, there's no dog. I'll take it. It's the universe paying me back. Yeah. Small house. And then there's the little farm building over there with the fireplace. I might just start this fire just to lure some shit away. You know what I mean? Might not be a terrible idea. We'll see if that bears any fruit. Church building. That's a scarecrow. Not touching that. Nope. Nope, not touching that. It's gonna be a fat NO from me. Penguin. We have to do the super wide flank, and by that I mean just mean we're go around, just go around everything. Pain. I'm drunk. Fuck off. Gunpowder and shot for use with the blunderbuss. What the fuck? Blunderbuss. Is this where I was? I lost track. I think this is where I was. I need to find the... Yes. I was over here. This bot's over here. Fuck, they have a dog now. Alright. When Horse Guy leaves, we just fucking kill him. Make for that forest, wrap around, go for that piece, hide back in the forest. Did that not attract anything? Give me that fucking bullets. Go back into the woods. It's because I'm scared of that horse guy coming back. Is that the other one? No, they're just passing by. Where's the other one? It's like, should be over here, right? Maybe I will kill these two. Are they next to each other? No. Fuck. Bad idea, bad idea. Fuck, is that coming this way? Fuck, fuck. Oh, they're coming this way. Oh, everything's coming towards me. Alright, now we gotta go back to where we were before so we could find that other piece. I have a feeling it's kind of straight that way, though. Alternatively... Ah, no, I already used my fucking matches. Scared the shit out of me, you son of a bitch. Wait, we're at the boat. I'm saving. I'm 100% saving. What the fuck? You're out of your mind if you think I'm not saving. Oh. One piece to go. In the middle of a fucking field. Field of hell. But now we fight. We fight for what's rightfully ours. They're shooting something back there. What's this? Where the fuck was I? I think I was here before. So it should be like over there, maybe? There's a fucking penguin in here. Where are they going? They're going away. Good. Oh, they're lurking. Ah, I gotta kill this guy, don't I? I don't know what he does. Do you just patrol the forest, or are you just walking? You're just walking. These guys are walking too. Fuck, is there another one? Dude. Oh my god. I haven't even found the piece and I'm already surrounded. Ooh, fairy lights, thank god. I thought they're gonna be super helpful though. We go around. Tried and true strategy. Is that a rabbit? I remember this area. Yes, we've been here. That's where I was before. I gotta be somewhere that way.
Move along. Nothing to see here. Resume patrolling. Resume the hunt. Resume patrolling. Move along. Nothing to see here. Resume the hunt. Move along. Nothing to see here. Fantastic rolling bug.
Where's the last one? There. Bingo.
I'm so well.
Do not lose that smoke trail. Fuck, that thing's headed right for me, isn't it? Yes, it is. Fuck. The last one, and it's got the most security. The exit's that way. I think we're good. What an awful, awful time. Good lord. I still have to hand these in. That's the fucking worst part. That's even assuming that I can even leave without the game bugging out. Because I've still got that one rock I've got that one piece that's stuck in the rock, and that might, if that prevents me from completing, I'm gonna be very sad. I might have to look at like a no clip or something. Baseward Bard. Oh my god. Wait, where's my hand? Hello, hi, hello, howdy. Surfing on a skull puppy. Now who you calling a skull puppy? Hmm? Listen, you might be able to get away with that with some other folks. I'm joking. Let's see what the scope is like. We just got one. I'm gonna cry if this ends up being the fastest I can do. I can hand in my stuff. But yeah, hi. You'll get used to it. All the puppies do. Wow. Oi. Shit, I might have to blast my way out of here. So fucking many of them. But yeah, I'll get. I don't know. I'll get used to. I mean, yeah, I guess I will get used to being called it. I guess if you get called something enough times, you probably get used to it. Maybe I will blast my way out of here. That guy is stuck. Or is he leaving? Please tell me you're leaving. Oh boy. But I'm a pretty big dog. I don't know about being called puppy. I'm a big dude. I'm not that big. I'm like medium height at best. I'm like definitively medium. Medium sized. We're in the clear. Except for this one fucking guy. I might just blast him. I feel like he's got friends. He's definitely got friends. What do we got? Do we have a rock? I don't have rocks. I got a bottle though. He's on the other side of the hedge. Oi. Please do something. Please do literally anything. Shit. There's a scarecrow in that fucking yard. That's so annoying. I just gotta get past the grass. Just gotta get past the grass. go! Let's go! Let's fucking go!
Excellent. We're making progress.
Fuck, I
You
need one
might
more!
survive this after all.
Okay, this is actually a problem. Cause that's actually stuck. Fuck, I gotta look into. Gonna have to look into it. This is a big problem. This is a very big problem. That's a fucking scarecrow. Shit.
Overlord. Nothing to see in hands of a
Insane that I could just walk over here. And it's guarded. Why is it guarded? Can't even pick it up! Damn, it's like heavily guarded too. That's the most I've ever fucking seen. I'm gonna have to reload mid-fight. Either that or we clock it. Might have to hit him with a clock. I say we fight. But then again, that's my answer to everything. Those dogs are so annoying. Oh, they're so annoying. Uh-oh.
keep looking.
Fuck, I just called for more than I...
Keep looking.
See if we can get more bullets out of this. Mostly trash. Where's the other guy? Mostly trash. Entirely trash. Damn, I didn't make back my ammo at all. Shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame. Okay, I'm supposed to be able to collect this, but this is stuck in a rock. Is there a no clip? How do I... this is a problem. Come on. We need to Google the answer. Why does this happen? This is so terrible. Fragment inside rock. Hmm. Whoa, holy shit. The fix for this is insane. I gotta go into like the game files and move the find where the rock is located on its X and Y axis and move it. What the fuck? Never in my life. Oh, this is terrible. This is actually awful. Oh no. Hmm. Potentially reloading the game. Fuck, but if I reload, I'm gonna be fucking back at the main stone. I'll have to do this fight again. Okay, Alright, we reload the game. That's so annoying. What a pain. What a pain! Alternatively, I might just fucking look at the ending on YouTube because I've completed the game. I literally can't beat it because of a fucking bug. Yep, I'm back here. Where am I going? That way. What an insane fix, by the way. You have to go into the files, find the damn thing in its exact location, and move it by changing the fucking numbers that it's tied to. It's still in a rock. I'm not the only one with this issue. Oh boy. Okay. In the game files, look for the save game folder. Each world or game will have a folder numbered 1 through 5 since you have 5 game slots. If you have more than one game slot, make sure you... Once the world folder is open, look for the dynamic content folder, and each island will have telecaches.xml file, east telecache, south telecache, etc. The files are editable in Notepad or WordPad. Each piece has an X, Y, and Z axis. Just move the X axis 10 points, so if one piece has a coordinates of blah blah blah. Use the change on axis to not worry. What an insane fucking fix! What an insane fix! How is this shit shipped on Steam? I hate it here. What an absolute fucking clown show. Alright, let's see. Central telecache, edit. I'm assuming. Oh shit, I don't know which one's which. Vector 3? I mean, it's gotta be Vector 3, right? That's the only one. XYZ. I don't know which piece is which. 487, 497. Should we just move all of them? By 10 units on the x-axis? I think so. Better safe than sorry, right? What a fucking clown show. I hate it here. I hate it here so much. I hate it here so much. X. Vector 3. X. Yeah, because there were 4. Wait, this is 5 sets of coordinates, but there's only 4. of the, or there were 4 of the stones. Very odd, very odd. I don't know. I don't know. This would be 401. Alright, save. What an insane fucking... if this doesn't work, I'm ending stream. I'm actually ending stream. If this doesn't work, does anyone want to play Fortnite? Like, actually? Alright, this way. Goodness gracious. Oh, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of robots. That's like a lot of, that's like actually like a lot of robots. I don't have enough ammo to blast through all those guys. Damn, they're headed the same way I'm going. Man. I have an idea, but it's really terrible. But it could work. It will likely work. It's gonna suck, though. It's gonna suck. Fuck. Seriously? You got bullets? No, you're useless. Hey, it worked though. And they don't have dogs this time. So I can just go ahead and bop, bop, bop. Oh wow, I missed. Change the shotgun! Fuck, that alerted. Ah, boy. Ah, it's never that easy, is it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, so it's out of the rock now, but now it's in the fucking floor. Oh, I hate it here. Okay, so what would that be? Change the y-axis by like 3 to get it out of the ground? Ugh. Alright. I cannot believe the lengths I have to go to do this. The y-axis by like, yeah, 3. So, fucking... Maybe I should do it by 2. I don't know how high is too high. Is 3 units a lot? I don't know with Unity. 2. Should I just do 1? Fuck, what was this? This was... Let's do 1. Fuck, I can't undo. This was 11, so we'll do 12. This was 14, we'll do 15. Y-axis, this is 2, so we'll do 3. And 11, I might as well switch my category to game dev. Alright. Never in my life have I ever. I'm baffled. Absolutely baffled. Alright. Hopefully there's less robots this time. I would like there to be less robots. Nice. I think I did it. Yes, it's out of the ground. I can beat the game. This sucks. This sucks balls, man. Absolute clown fiesta. But we're done. We are finito. Oh my god. I'm just gonna start blasting, honestly. I'm like Danny DeVito, and then I started blasting. You've got to be kidding me. I will kill all of you. Have had it up to here.
Sir,
Thank God.
done. I'm bringing the device up to speed now. I hope you won't consider this impertinent, sir, but I'm amazed you survived. Hang on. We'll have you out of there in 3, 2, 1.
Oh God, they're coming. They're coming. Damn! They're shooting. Stay down. Stray rounds graze the air. A takedown. Don't dare break down. Don't be scared. We'll make town. Escape, evade, make a break to raised ground. We need to recoup, regroup our resources, source some new paths, plot some new courses. No, it's not hopeless. Do you need a slap? Stop blubbering. Keep quiet. Take off your damned hat. Lay flat. We're entirely surrounded. They impounded my interdimensional trousers. Now my only hope to get out is to collect select machine parts hidden in houses. Oh, confound it. They're coming. Keep low. Breathe easy. I see a break in the trees. With me, go. Robot hunters, hunting for fun. Oh God, they've seen us. Keep going. Run! We've got to keep running. They've got guns. They're coming. The robots are hunting. God, you're being hunted. Go. You're being hunted. Go. You're being hunted. Run for your life. We've got to keep running. They've got guns. They're coming. The robots are hunting. God, you're being hunted. Go. You're being hunted. Go. You're being hunted. Run for your life. Oh Christ. It's time for a breather. We need to seek shelter. It's not over either. We hide here or leave later. I don't feel safe either. We need to find out more before they all find us. Robotic poachers, top robots in tweed. Not supposed to show emotion, but obviously pleased. It seems here that humans are usually hunted with mechanical hounds. If I can just find my compass, we might find something to help get us home. Just stay low and never leave here alone. This world smells of chrome polish, hatred and brass. No, if I'm honest, I hate it. Let's grasp the moment before they come for us. I just heard a distant blunderbuss. Oh, and I should probably mention there's a deadline to get us home to our own dimension. We've got to keep running. They've got guns. They're coming. The robots are hunting. God, you're being hunted. Go. You're being hunted. Go. You're being hunted. Run for your life. We've got to keep running. They've got guns, they're coming. The robots are hunting. God, you're being hunted. Go. You're being hunted. Go. You're being hunted. Run for your life. Don't be like that. I do understand. This obviously isn't the holiday that we'd planned. It's easy to blame me now that we're in a jam just because it's my fault. But it's clear, here we am. I mean, here we are. Look, here's the town. The machine's nearly fixed. That was close. Get back down and pass me the spanner and pass me the rivets. Don't pass out for God's sake. Oh, and pass me a biscuit. I fixed it. This is the moment of truth. No, there's not enough power for both me and you. I'll go and pop back. You might have a good scrap. Oh, I see you've been shot. That could be bad. Oh, good chap. Well, stiff upper lip. Quick cuppa. Good luck. It's just that there's no point in us both being stuck. Fight or flight. On the run or confront it. Either way, toodaloo. Good luck being hunted. There's no need to be like that. It's not my fault that we're stuck here. Well, no, I suppose it is technically my fault, but still. Moody. Sorry, I've got a stitch. We're gonna have to stop. Hang on. Oh, Jesus.